Good evening to all of you. I hope you are all having a good start to your week. Well, a good start to your work week. Well, I surely am already. And we're gonna get going with our Minecraft show here in just a bit. But first things first, we are going to do today's Wordle. Meanwhile, I'm trying to get my. There we go. I had the wrong cord plugged in. But there we go. All right, let's go through the Wordle here before we get started here today. And then, of course, I got to talk about other things like what happened last night, what happened earlier this morning, and everything like that. So, and of course, I got to get that list on hand because of what we're going to be doing first off today. Oh, wow, very close. So there we go. Along is today's word. That's what we'll be doing now. We're going to move right along to the to of course our main event here. Let me find that list that I wrote down. Yeah, there we go. The complete list of everything. Okay. Now, I'm sure you all would like to know exactly what happened over the last 18 hours or so. Yeah, 18 hours since we were last with you. So, why don't we go ahead and start with that here as I get the game loaded up. Yeah, while I get this, we'll get this going. What the heck is this bird up to? Is this bird up to no good? That's really all that bird. That's really all that bird is doing in today's video. Pretty interesting, I gotta say. Okay, so as we get set up here, of course, I'm sure you all would like to know what happened, as I've already said when we were last with you, and I gotta make sure I am following everything in the correct order. And I'm sure Drew is already waiting for me in the voice chat, so might as well see what the heck he's up to tonight or today actually. Yeah, I already still have this down. All right, now what direction of 289 are we dealing with here? Because this is actually where we left off last week. So this is 289 south, so this is 289 north that we're doing. And yeah, I see Microsoft is still managing all those, trying to fix all those issues with 24H2. I'm glad they're fixing a lot of them in time for the 25H2 release. But there was something else that also released today, and I'll get to that in just a minute. But before I get into the other stuff, which includes basically, I'm going to basically reiterate in a shortened manner of what happened this weekend. If you all didn't get to see my Way Sorry live stream on Saturday night, and of course our Ticket to Ride show from last night, I'll go ahead and take a few moments to. I'll go ahead and take this time and reiterate what you all may have missed. But first, let's get to the main story of today's of this week, which is of course our Minecraft show, which we're just now starting. So, last week we completed the construction of Interstate 189 by putting up the signage for the road and any other final things that we needed to do. So that was basically what happened on last week's show, but we also got started. We also got to the construction of Interstate 289, which we are actually now finishing up today. We're using a we're using quite a we're going to be using the same method that we used since we started this whole thing to sort of speed up the whole process. Yeah, to sort of speed up the entire process of construction, put up the signage and everything like that. Just to make the process faster. To sort of make the process go quicker. I guess to say in some extent, in one way or the other. So what we're doing right now is we are now going ahead and putting up the signage. So we're going ahead and putting up the signage for both directions of Interstate 289, which shouldn't take too long, considering that this is already part that we have already. Considering that I did paving at the end of last week's show. Now, if it all goes well today, we should be able to complete pretty much the same process. Just build out the entirety of the road, build any of the bridges and everything like that. Yeah, build any of the bridges and everything of that nature, and any interchanges that we need to build too, and then that is the end of the story. So that's basically how it's been, and that's how it's going to continue to be. So yeah, that's basically how it's going to continue to be here as we get going. So that is the goal I am looking to achieve at the end of tonight's show. Finish up Interstate, get Interstate 105 substantially built, and then move on to the next phase, phases after that. But for 105, I'm looking to do some more changes, when we go into the southern end. But that's a thought I've had, but I have not officially stated that, so. But I have not officially stated that. But of course, I'm sure you'll know more as we go on, so. But yeah, I'm sure you'll know more as we go on. So, that is basically what happened. Basically, that is the goal of tonight's show. Now, let's get into the discussion of what happened this weekend. For those of you who may have missed our weekend live streams that we have done. So let's first start with after we ended our Friday Fun Night show last week. Let's start there. So when we ended the Fun Night show, so soon after we ended the Fun Night show, of course, all I just did was, just do the show and then go right to bed. So basically, that was the whole, that was the whole story, basically, for a Friday. So, but before I proceed, you may notice there is not an interchange here. Well, that's because when I sort of started construction of the extension of 289, I chose not to add I chose not to add an interchange here on this side because there's already an interchange but on a different roadway that's literally sort of the same. So that's why I have made the decision that I did. And besides, there's actually already easier access at other points along the way, so that's why it ended up the way it did. And I'll explain what's going on the other side in just a moment. Is that everything? Yep, that's everything for this side. All right. So now we shall continue. And I didn't put a sign truss here. Yeah, that's how rushed this thing sort of is, but so. All right. I was about to get into what happened over the weekend. That's what I was about to do. So yeah, that's what I was about to do. Get into the course of the weekend and how it played out. So, right after we left the air on Friday night, yeah, so after we ended the broadcast on Friday night, well, that was it. It just went off the air and went straight to bed. But then, because of what we had planned that day, of course, I had to get to bed. I had to get up early, which was why I just ended up going straight to bed. So, but I did get up around 7, about a quarter to 8, but I was actually up a bit sooner than that because, well, as I felt like it, and also because I saw, and when I was checking IEM to see, if the weather was going to be good for, what we had in store later that day, I saw a marine warning get issued, and and then when I went over to, and then when I went over to check the, and then when I went over to check the my micro to make sure that everything went out correctly on my other system, and also to get the micro officially ready for the task that it would be endeavoring for the next 48 hour well, I'd say 36 hours. Yeah, and everything like that. And of course, when I began checking, I saw Drew was already right there in the public chat section of my server, just waiting for me. But of course, he got the marine warning, and I did as well. When they finally sent it out, just a bit after 8 o'clock, by then it was already updated. So yeah, that already is a problem with their AWIPS system, along with the skipping glitch. So yeah, lots of problems with the AWIP system. This is not looking good for NWR in general. But anyway, and we make sure we had everything packed up and ready to go, and then we got on our way. Well, our first stop was at the Lawn of Oaks, because that's where I would be staying for the night. So we dropped off our stuff there. We stayed there for only a few minutes. And then we got on our way to the main event of the day, which of course was Northbrook. Well, that was actually one of the two main events. That was one of the two main events during that day. And as we were on our way there, of course, I recorded more footage of I-294 in the northbound direction and showcased the update with the ongoing reconstruction project on the Central Tri-State. And as I had planned, I had used a different set of music than I did in the first installments, mainly with the approach in the northbound section. I wanted to use situational awareness in the first part, but I ultimately went with Ciel et Terre in the first. The iteration before this one, which was December 2024, as many of you all know. So this time I went with the other association, from my mind, which was situational awareness, and I think I actually did a good job at great job at timing the song with when the power lines come up. Well, with when we approach I-88 and 290. Yeah, it turned out quite amazing. Yeah, it showed off the new lane configuration that was being done on this stretch, on that stretch of the Tri-State. But although I actually do like it, I actually like Ciel et Terre in this stretch better, personally. And of course, I use Nothing But Trance as well a bit later on after that. So basically, multiple new songs were actually used in this video. Two More was actually the very first one that was the very first one that was used. This one, Nothing But Trance. Modularity was the third new one. Break the Silence was used as well, and Only an Image was another new one that was utilized. So, in all, I gotta say, 5 new songs being used for the first time on my channel in the form of a real driving video. And I'm absolutely amazed at the outcome. And in fact, just even for Dave, after just a couple days after I made it, I immediately began raving to its final product. Mainly the songs I chose, no longer by the songs themselves, but in the Street View video, which they were used. So yeah, that's basically how much fun I was having with that video when I was making it. And again, I was amazed at the outcome in every part of the video. But of course, the best part was what came later on. But before that, we did end up having lunch in downtown Northbrook as I wanted to. And boy, the Milwaukee District North service really got me going. Really got me hooked on everything despite its weekend service. Yeah, despite it being in a reduced schedule for it being the weekend. But I did see everything that I was expecting to see from there. Of course, Canadian Pacific grain train was the first thing I saw, followed by a Metra outbound and then inbound. Most of which actually all of them that I saw made use of their newly acquired SD70 Mac locomotives. In fact, I saw one of them on every single one of those North Central Service trains that came through. Well, soon after the Metro's finished, the Amtrak Borealis came through. 1333, finally got to see it in person for the first time. Oh wait, I had the things in reverse order. This is supposed to be... There we go. Everything's in the right place now. And then, of course, I saw one of the Amtrak Hiawatha's. And then it was followed by a massive Canadian Pacific intermodal with a combination of autoracks. Yeah, with a combination of autoracks and a few grain cars were included, and a few gondola cars were included. And a few hopper cars were also included on that consist as well. But either way, a nice variety of cars just for that one train. And then after we had lunch. My mother served up her the cookies that I wanted, which were oatmeal raisin. So they actually were pretty good. She actually left me some more here at home, so I ended up eating a few of those. One before lunch and two during Jeopardy today. Now, in terms of shows, this actually will Jeopardy will be the only show that we'll get to see in daytime this week, because tonight will be Monday Night Football on ABC, which will take over Wheel of Fortune. But tonight on Fox will be the premiere of the new season of Celebrity Name That Tune and Celebrity Weakest Link. Hmm, this is gonna be good. So that is going to be this is gonna be an interesting night. Let me tell you that. Yeah, great. Now I'm letting Yalix using the Asanti name instead of Asati, because he went crazy over me misspelling Asati in the on the contested podiums on Friday. In the general. Well, yeah, I did. I did actually go back on. Well, everything that. Well, here's the thing. Everything that I did miss, I did go back on Sunday night after I came back. Everything. But let me finish what I was saying. So we had lunch at the Landmark Inn, but because my mother found the Grader's ice cream place across the street, we actually decided to go over there and have ice cream like immediately afterwards. And I got the same flavor I actually had when we first saw the place in Indiana. Yeah, in Indiana when we were coming back. Well, when we were going to stay the night in Elkhart before the New York Central Railroad Museum last year. For those of you who may remember. So we had ice cream there, but they were actually hosting a fundraiser as well. They were hosting a fundraiser as well for curing cancer, I believe it was. Their goal was $300,000, and when we were there, they had reached $220,000. And we did actually contribute to their. We actually did contribute in the donation. So after we had ice cream, of course, soon after that, one more Metro showed up, and it was an outbound. But of course, it was a very different consist than the previous ones. Of course, they were all very different consists. Then after that, we got on our way to the main event, the Power King Skill Golf in Lincolnshire. Now, actually, we actually went several. We actually went in different. We went in different directions. One actually ended up taking the Eden's Spur onto I-94. Well, eventually meeting with the Tri-State Tollway. Wait a minute. Am I doing all this right? Yeah, let me fix that. There we go. Let me see if I did this correctly over here too. Yeah, okay, it was just the last thing I didn't have correctly written down. All right, so 289 is officially done. Now we can move on to 105. So, one part of our party went down, continued down Waukegan Road onto I 94. However, as for us, we ended up taking a completely different route. We actually went down Dundee Road, and of course, there's the crossing there, the North Central Service. We got stopped by that same Hiawatha consist from earlier in the day, but going in the opposite direction, as it was going toward Milwaukee. And then an inbound Metra came not too long after, and the crossing was off for only 7 seconds. And I did the counting last night when I rewatched the footage. The crossing was off for only 7 seconds, and then it came back on just as we started crossing the tracks. It came back on. Talk about a close call, let me tell you that. Yeah, talk about a quite a close call in that sense. But we did get over the tracks in time, so. But there was one more thing I actually found too last night after we left the air. I found out about a Union Pacific train had actually struck a car in Gardner after it got stuck on the tracks, pretty much shutting down that line for a good while. But from the footage I saw the driver fled got out of the vehicle at the last second. Ooh, that could have been more. That could have been even more disastrous. I'm glad he made it out okay after all of that. But as for that car, well, it's totaled. So I hope he had insurance on that. But that was really all the trains I got to see. Then we went to the parking and we actually played the red course. There's actually multiple courses at the place. There's a red and a black course. The black course had the more exciting roller coaster. We didn't do that. We didn't do that this time, but you know what? We're keeping it on our bucket list, so when we do come back to it, we can do the black course the next time we come. You know, because that's like the last of the two courses that we need to check out. So that will be saved for next time then. But either way, I enjoyed it. But the Super Duper Looper was actually one of the few courses that we had difficulty with, that we had trouble with. Not with the performance or anything. It was actually necessarily with the equipment. You know, the conveyor elevator that takes the ball up to the top and then takes it down the chute. That didn't take our balls, like most of our balls at all. So we had to call an employee up and get that figured out. But then after that, everything went along smoothly. So then after that, we got on our way back to the Lawn of Oaks to not only drop off my grandma, but also have another party celebration. And then I also did more footage of the tri-state, but starting at a different place spot than I expected, that I originally anticipated. We actually took Half Day Road to I 94. So we actually got to take the eastbound 94 to the Tri-State Eden Spur split at Lake Cook Road. And of course, I had to use Grooving On for this one because I couldn't get enough of it at this particular stretch of roadway. But if we scroll a bit later on, after Willow Road, this is where I began using Modularity, which is, of course, the newest song in my lineup. But it's not going on PLD just yet, because I have to get the album details in there. But I will actually get it onto the station when I get my new phone, which we're planning to do that next weekend. And speaking of iOS 26, it actually came out today. It came out just today, along with the next iOS 18 security update. And as expected, my 10R is not compatible, which is why I'm going to be replacing the 10R with a new with the iPhone 17. But as for the iOS 26 upgrade, I'm gonna hold off on it for a week, just in case there's any bugs or anything in the final release, just in case. Yeah. Just in case any bugs or anything like that are identified in the final build. So, it's a good thing I'm holding off on the feature update until the major feature update until I learn about if I learn about any bugs. So for now, I have queued up the iOS 18.7 security update, and this will be the last update I have for iOS 2018. And I'm actually going to make the switch to iOS 26 next week. Next week is when I'll make the switch, as that's when I'm going to have my new phone. Yeah, because that's when I'm going to get my new phone, and I've actually gotten some money towards it as from my grandma. I was actually was it actually after or was it before? I think it was actually after we came back. So yeah, modularity turned out great because I actually reviewed the footage when I timed out the songs, and I actually timed out the lampposts when it did the countdown the first time. The second time it was with the bridges or those other roads. And the best part by far was this over the Bensonville rail yard on 294. Because after rewatching the footage, I was really amazed and awestruck at how perfect I timed the music and how amazing this view was of what was to come. Because from that bridge, I could see the power line towers, the Concord Place building, and, well, a bunch of other things too. It was just amazing to see. I gotta say, it was amazing to see it all before my eyes. But of course, that was the first of many parts of this. Now, of course, there's one more part to it. Of course, one more part to it. And that is when we go right by the Concord Place building itself, along with all those power line towers. It was just amazing. It was just absolutely amazing how I picked out the music for each of the songs being used. So yeah, from this video now, I gotta say Black Space would be my new go-to song southbound on this stretch of 294. But still, for northbound, I prefer Seal at Teray. So I still prefer Seal at Teray for northbound 294. Southbound 294, sorry, Born Again, I found a new favorite. A new favorite for that stretch. It just amazes me how well that played out. I'm more than impressed. Like I'm hearing music downstairs, like what the heck? I muted the frickin' Optiplex. It's probably my father listening to his Spotify stuff while he's cooking dinner and stuff like that for especially tonight. But yeah, so we got into the Lawn of Oaks and we were originally gonna do Primos with me and Nana, but then eventually everyone else decided, well, why don't we join in? So we actually ended up going to BJ McMahon's for I would say dinner, but it wasn't really dinner. Um, there actually was a private party room set up for my parents, Ray, Nadia, and even Paula too. She was also in on the action. Yeah, I really enjoyed the ride, and of course, I furthermore enjoyed the day as a whole. How great everything turned out. Yeah, how well everything turned out at the end. So yeah, I am still 100% mesmerized at how well everything turned out. How well everything turned out at the end. I am I'm just more than amazed at again how well everything came out. Yeah, how well everything came out from it. So, I mean, I still feel amazed at how well the video came out, and furthermore, how perfect, how beautifully I timed everything. The music, all the roadway decorations and features and everything. I'm just amazed at how I mean, there was nothing more I could have done, in terms of the speed and everything. I mean, despite the congestion southbound, I think it was that alone that made the entire video come together brilliantly, and I'm very amazed at the results. Although I could have done some more speed up in the southbound direction and some slowdown in the process, either way, I still feel amazed and proud of the end result. I'm still proud of the end result. How it came out in both directions. So I've essentially done a Street View video that has been years in the making. Actually, about a year in the making, I should say. Of a real driving video that's been about a year in the making. Yeah, let me get that straight. Is yeah, I've wanted to do northbound 294 for a good while, in fact, but until now, and I'm still more than amazed at the end product. Well, yeah, more than just the end product, the final end result. So maybe as for 105, considering 205 is going to be quite difficult, we may actually have to split this Street View. We may have to split this construction of 105 into maybe two parts. We might just get to the initial construction of the road, considering I think what may be coming tonight and all that. But whatever we don't get to, it's fine. That's all right. We'll get to it next. We'll get to it on next week's show. But let's focus on this week's show first. But yeah, we had our own private room for our family gathering for my birthday. Ray and Naughty actually threw me a surprise birthday party too. They had like balloons. Everyone was all situated, and then when I walked in the door, oh man, I was shocked when I was surprised when I got when I saw that reaction. But of course, I gave all the well wishes and thanks and everything. It was an amazing. I mean, it was just amazing for me to be 21. Then now that I'm at this point, I mean, it's just unbelievable how far my life has come over those last 21 years. So, looking forward to seeing what's next for me as I pretty much move into my adult life, my true adult life, in fact. But we didn't really actually have like that big dinner like the lunch we had early like the lunch we had earlier in the day. No, actually they just served us appetizers and that was really it. Mini tacos, grilled fries, I believe, and mozzarella sticks. Plus, for dessert and for the main cake, an Oreo ice cream cake. And it was pretty good. It was actually pretty good, let me tell you that. It was a very good cake. Okay, looks like there is actually going to be some issues I'll probably have to get mitigated with this road. Is there enough space? yeah, there's not going to be enough space for roadway traffic to fit underneath, to get onto the bridge. So I'm gonna have to get that fixed. Good thing I did that now while we're in preliminary testing, of the structure. So yeah, I actually ended up playing a game of darts for the first time there, which was pretty fun. Then the following day, we went to Blueberry Hill for breakfast in the morning. Yeah, in the morning we went to Blueberry Hill for breakfast in the former Oaklawn restaurant, and I wanted to try the patty melt there, and it too was pretty good. I enjoyed the patty melt from Blueberry Hill. It was actually quite good, exactly what I expected out of it. So I had that, and then I had no. Then we actually went over to Paula's for about an hour or so because I wanted to see Jack before he, along with their owners, head back home. As I mean, I wanted to because I don't know how much longer it's going to be before I get to see him again. Certainly a long time before we get to see him again. Thanksgiving, I believe, is when I will get to see that dog once more. So I guess we don't need this list now because I have it all fully, because I have the list all fully drawn out. So now we continue on with construction. Yeah, we're gonna have to make some slight changes to the bridge here as well. Now that we're building this flyover ramp. Yeah, now that we're building this flyover ramp, that's gonna link. Yeah, that's gonna pretty much link this interchange together. So that's gonna be a slight change in how this bridge is linked together. I should do the same right now with the do this now with the interchange with the lane markings on the structure. Or we can kind of do it with the arch. Yeah, inside of the arch. An episode of Big John's Deal or No Deal. And no, he's not going to play for $1 million. No, he's for $50 million like we do. No, no, no. It's just the way it's meant to be done. But I'll continue with that in just a moment here. Well, I'll actually get that started in just a moment, rather. But let me finish my discussion first. So after we went to see Jack and the cats, I actually decided to go to TC2's after initially turning down the offer to see the Bears and the Lions compete. And boy, we were defeated big time. 52 to 21 or 24, I believe was the score. Oh my goodness, that is a devastating loss for the Bears. So yeah, our season is already off to a terrible start, and this is only week 2. Well, they got a lot of work to do if they wanna. Well, I think. I'm pretty sure we're already screwed big time. So I don't think there's any turning back from this now. So, well, yeah, at least that's what I think. But we'll see what comes up next. As we continue on through the season. Yes, we continue on through the season. I'll still include those traces as if the roadway was actually there. So yeah, because that's going to be the interchange connecting to Interstate 56 from both directions. But yeah, this time after touching the animals, I ended up washing my hands immediately instead of touching on my body part, well, my face rather. And yeah, it was actually I actually felt quite good after that. But after the bar, let me tell you, I was quite tired. Well, because I had lots and lots of lemonade. I think I had like 4 small cups of it, and I got tired. I kind of felt tired pretty quickly. But I did enjoy my time there for actually for multiple reasons. Now, not only did I get to do darts again, I saw that Arachnid Electronic Shuffleboard from the Yorkville Hometown Festival. You might remember that. That one actually costed money. I got to show them the modes that I played, what I spent hours and hours doing on end when I was there sharing with other people, and um, and yeah, lots and lots more. Yeah, I wanna. Yeah, I wanna go ahead and get the. Yeah, get this sort of thing going for the bridge, so that way I know where the piers are at and everything like that. So yeah. So yeah. All right. We're now ready to get started on construction of the main bridge that 105 will cross. Although I could have done an extension of that bridge, I just thought doing it this way would be. Let's actually do it in the blue concrete style because these kinds of bridges here in this world I don't think doesn't get this kind of treatment. So let's make it as special and unique as possible. Because why not? It's special. So, so then after, well, not just the games, but I was also taught how to play billiards correctly for the first time. I also got to. There was also pizza served during halftime, which deviated from our original plan of getting pizza following the game. And possibly the most influential part, now that I'm 21, is that I actually, and I kid you not, I got into doing the slot machine for the first time. I've been taught the in and outs of it. Just only spend a few dollars at a time. Don't just don't try to spend all your money at once because you could get addicted to it. So they only gave me like $10 and well, actually not just one $10 bill, but only two $5 bills to make it a full $10. And then after that $10, that was it. I had learned. So, well, basically, just only limit what you're spending at the slots because I've learned that, and from that the hard way. don't go crazy spending all your money, because I've seen in just that day alone how quickly it is you could lose your money. From my experience there, it only took 5 minutes to spend the entirety of those $10. So I've learned I've learned the consequences of addictive gambling the hard way. I've learned the consequences the hard way, and I'm glad I did, because once I get out into the real world, well, it's gonna be tough to deal with the gambling addiction, everything, if that's what I get into, which I hope I don't. There's also someone else that I saw there who who actually knew. I think it was actually one of Owen's friends. They knew I was 21 and said, and they actually asked me, "Are you ever gonna drink any shots?" And I told them, "Hell no, hell no, I am not doing that. Never in my life. If I get offered anything like that, I say hell no. I'm not doing that once in my life. Never." But but yeah, that was pretty much the whole. Well, that was actually one of the many things that they were talking about me now that I was 21 while we were there, and but overall, I had a good time. I enjoyed it. But instead of pizza, we actually ended up getting Mexican at the El Mogajate. Of course, I got that big quesadilla, and I was absolutely stuffed that night. And then I came back home. We had to do the chores that we usually do on Sunday, but much later because we had other things going on. And then, of course, I played catch up with all those products in time for KKA. Now, I got through that quite late because, yeah, we didn't get to. Oh, I see there's a Rofanner there. That was like me when I was in Northbrook the other day. What a coincidence that there's somebody Rofanning there today, like I am. I'm saying about La Plata, not Northbrook. But yeah. I enjoyed Northbrook, and I look forward to coming back there again. Hopefully, at a time when it's really busy in terms of train traffic. But yeah. But then, of course, after our Ticket to Ride show last night, I got into modularity so much that I counted down and then started a call with Yalga Lembine while typing in the voice chat, while typing in the DM. Could have waited till he was offline, but he would have said he would have been tired and it would have been too late anyway, so good thing I did when I did. But anyway, now we're on to today. Well, I got through more tapings of. Sorry, oh, I didn't get the final count too because I had technical difficulty with the virtual machine afterward. So only 8 new episodes have been recorded today for Sorry, and I'm sort of backtracking a little bit with Big John's Wheel of Fortune because I realized I could have just extended the closing so that way the puzzle board did not show up like I did in the later episodes. So I've taken down those 30 episodes again, and I've actually fixed 25 of them, and I'm gonna actually begin the upload process of those episodes tonight, soon after we go off the air. But of course, I'm gonna do those after once I get the Tuesday video up. Then I'll start uploading those episodes, and I'll let them upload through the night. And then of course they should be ready for me in the morning. So yeah, continued rendering and editing those episodes, and also taped more Sorry episodes, took care of the digital media work, made up the perfect line and flip side and all that stuff. Now, Wheel of Fortune will have to wait until 3:15. We'll have to wait till 3 a.m. tonight because of Monday Night Football airing at the usual time slot that the game comes on in this market. So, yeah. So yeah, that's the story there. But so yeah, that's the story there. And yeah, I really think that's really everything that happened so far today. All right, so now with that talk done, I know that MVG video is waiting for me, so I'm gonna get to watching it right now, and I'll let you enjoy the construction. All right. I have just gotten back from dinner. Now, before I get back to construction here, I forgot to go back on Amtrak and stuff during Jeopardy. I could wait till Name That Tune comes on, but I actually didn't want to do that. So, while I get Mendota loaded up so I can see where the chief is, or when it showed up rather, let me give you all a quick update as to where we're at so far in the construction process. So we've just got over Interstate 232, and we are actually now at the halfway point of this section of road. So what I was thinking is we're just going to dig out this road and build the bridges, and then just build all the bridges and get the pavements ready, and then I think that is as far as we will go for today. So that's a bit of an update as to Minecraft. And I was actually just given news regarding regarding our visit with my relatives in about 2 weeks, 2 weekends from now. So and from what I've been talking with right now, I have some good news and some bad news regarding that. Let's see. Sorry about that. My mother's trying to figure out my old phone when it's going to be retired this weekend anyway. I don't know why. Okay. Now, what the hell was I about to say before I was interrupted? I was about to say about the changes for this coming weekend. Yes, that's what I was about to say. I have some good news and some bad news regarding this and our weekend programming for the weekend of the 27th and the 28th. First, let's start with the good news. The Playday has been pushed back to Sunday, which means we will be able to do our Saturday games. So it means we will be able to do our all our Saturday games and all of our Saturday stuff like what we're going to do tomorrow. So, yeah, we're going to do it all tomorrow. Well, not tomorrow, but damn it, I am not reading my words today. That's anyway. That's for Saturday the 27th. So our weekend show for that day is back on. So of course we'll do our Saturday stuff as usual that day. You know, the county request, Street View video, and all that good stuff. We're gonna do all that. So that's the good news. But here is the bad news. And it actually involves two things. First is that Sunday, the 27th, or 28th, rather, we will not be able to do our Roblox show that week. So, here's what I was thinking. If we have time before Saturday night, before we get into Way Sorry and all that other stuff, we could maybe take care of Roblox Arcade and get it over with, and then we don't have to worry about it. That's what I was thinking. But I do have some more bad news to report. And it has to do with the possible Lockport compilation, with the possible Lockport Rofane video coming again. Now, I was informed that because Embers is one of those sports bars in Lockport, and since the Bears are going to be playing at like 3:25 in the afternoon, which is essentially going to be, while we're there, the the play time, the play day with Karen and the play day with Karen and play day with Karen and the Bears game are both going to sort of collide together. They're both going to be sort of taking place simultaneously. So we're kind of considering a change in restaurants. So because we may not be able to get a seat at Embers and at a place where I'd like it to be at, where I would like it to be at. So, and in fact, for 1340, I'll just watch it when it goes by. I'll just watch it when it goes by in Wauwatosa, which I don't think I've done yet. So why don't we watch it go by there instead, like I did with Builder number 8. So anyway, continuing on with what I was saying. So yeah, as I said, um, it's very likely that it's going to be difficult to get a seat at Embers if that is where we are looking to go, because it's going to be packed for the Bears game, and it's going to be packed for the Bears game, and then there's just going to be a whole lot of people there, and it's going to be a pain just to get in and get out. So there is the so it's looking like we may not be able to get to Embers, but I'm not losing hope just yet. There is still hope for a Lockport video. There's still hope for it. I'm going to see if there's another restaurant in downtown Lockport that we can do. I'm going to look and see later on, maybe after the show, to see if there's another a restaurant in downtown Lockport that hopefully will be easier to get into. So I'm hoping that there's a restaurant we can actually get into in Lockport, downtown specifically, other than Embers. So that's what I'm hoping for. I would still like to do I would still like to do the Lockport compilation for all of you, but with the anticipated packing of the Embers, and probably a lot of other sports bars across the Chicagoland area for the Bears game. I am pretty sure that it's going to be quite hard to get a seat or get us a table at the restaurant. So if we do if I do end up finding a restaurant in downtown Lockport, that is where I'd like it to be, then it's not going to be it's not going to be at Embers. It's going to be most likely somewhere else. And if we don't get to do Lockport, then that's all right because the Heritage Corridor is scarce on things anyway. Then the Heritage Corridor is basically scarce on pretty much anything anyway because not that many Heritage Corridor trains run on the weekends, and perhaps I don't even think we're going to be able to see a Metron on a Sunday. So if we don't get to do Lockport, then well, that's fine because the only thing then we'll be expecting really are just freights and Amtrak's because Metro doesn't run on Sundays on the Heritage Corridor. There were a small subset of them that ran on Saturdays, the Saturday that we were there. So, yeah, the Heritage Corridor at least is really barely ever used. So, if we don't get to do Lockport, then that's all right because there's barely ever anything. It's not that busy. And I say it's not that busy because there's just one track of Union Pacific trains and things like that. So it's barely you could ever see one. So yeah, if we don't get to do Lockport, it's all right because it's not going to be very busy because it's the weekend and most likely because it's a Sunday and there's not going to be any metros running on the Heritage Corridor either. But if I can get a seat to the Chillicothe subdivision, then that would be nice. So I'll see about maybe I'll see if we can maybe I'll see if we can get a seat in Lamont. But regardless, that's also along the Heritage Corridor, which, as I said, is not that busy on any day of the week. And I say this because there's like only one inbound Metro in the morning and then the outbound in the evening, and that's it. There's not really anything else on the Heritage Corridor otherwise. That's how barely used it even is to begin with. It's it's crazy as it is. So how barely Metra is ever utilized on that line. But so that's all right. At this point, then the fate of the Lockport video is in my hands. But you know what? I guess I could check now before I go back to playing that 294 video again. So let's see. Downtown Lockport. Let's see. Let's see what choices we've got. I'll give it a moment to search. There we go. All right, let's see. We got Taco Heaven. Stella's on state. It's an American. Oh, I see a Bears logo. Oh, yeah, this bar's going to be packed. Lock and Mule. Mama Onestes. This is Italian. At least I filtered it by downtown Lockport. Here's the public landing restaurant. There's yeah, there's lots of places out there in Lockport. So so it looks like maybe, well, as I said, there is still hope that we can actually get a spot at a restaurant in downtown Lockport, so we can do the rail fading compilation once again in a in what I'm gonna call sort of an anniversary. I'm gonna sort of call it an anniversary special because it's gonna be nearly exactly a year since I made the first one. So this would be a very nice addition to that collection, but again, if we can't get a spot in downtown, then that's fine because as I've already mentioned, the Heritage Corridor is barely ever busy, especially on a Sunday. So I don't expect to get stopped by a Metra at all. I just only expect to get stopped by a Union Pacific if one comes through, or Amtrak's Lincoln service or whatever. So we'll, I guess we'll have to wait and see how these. We'll have to see how the next few days play out. That will determine whether the Lockport compilation goes on or not. So let me say everything one more time. What I had just mentioned before I mute myself again and continue construction. I'll first repeat the construction update. So now we're more than halfway through this stretch over to the bridge. So what we're going to do is we're going to build this entire section, then build the bridge that will cross over the final river, the last river, the Asante River. Then we'll build the interchange that will connect to I-32 or whatever other roadway I've come up with. And we will we will begin partially paving that bridge, and then we'll start paving and constructing the bridges, and then we can partially begin the paving process if we have time. And if we don't have time, then that's fine. Then I will just do the paving off camera again, just like I've done for the past several weeks. So essentially we'll do it in the same fashion. So that's the construction update. And then regarding the weekend of the 27th and 28th, our weekend show for that day is still on, is back on because the play day with other one of my relatives has been pushed back to Sunday because my father's going to be working that night. And then, and with that being the case, Roblox is going to be canceled that Sunday. So we'll not have a Roblox show that day. We'll instead push it back to. We will instead cancel it for the week and that week, and then it'll return next week. Or we could do the arcade portion of it during our Saturday program that weekend, or perhaps we can even make up this week's Roblox show this coming Saturday night. After we take care of all of our games. So, because then we can save the random character extravaganza for the very end. So, but then as for the Lockport compilation, because the Bears are going to be playing in the afternoon and bars like Embers are going to be jam packed, this means it's going to be very difficult to get ourselves a seat. So instead, we are considering a different restaurant. But that does not mean all hope is lost. But that does not mean we should lose hope, because there is still hope. There is still hope for me to get a spot so we can do the Lockport row fanning video in what I call an anniversary special because it's going to be exactly a year since I made the first video, which was what became of our channel intro for 2025. Yeah, 2025. But if the Lockport video does not end up happening, and we go to a different restaurant away from the Heritage Corridor, then that's fine. That's fine because the Heritage Corridor barely sees anything on Sundays. Metro doesn't even run on that line on Sundays anyway. So really, it's just going to be it's just going to be quiet. I mean, really, it's just going to be Amtrak's and Union Pacific, maybe some Canadian National along the way, and that's it. That's that's really all it's going to be. It's just going to be that, nothing more. So, but I know the Chillicothe is probably going to be busy, but that's not what we want. That's not what I want to go and to see. So, but if we do end up finding a place along the Chillicothe, then good. We'll do the Chillicothe. But if not, oh well. It's probably not even going to be that busy on Sunday to begin with, anyway. So, so yeah, I'll see what other restaurant we can find. I have an idea in mind already, but we'll see. I'll think about it, in the coming weeks, and and eventually we'll decide. So that's really the update I've got for you. I'm waiting for the Amtrak Borealis to show up in Wauwatosa to fully complete the fleet of Amtraks for today. I already went back on Amtrak 3 and Amtrak 4 and 6 and Builder 7. So now I'm just waiting on the Borealis, the last of the Amtrak trains for the day. And also, Name That Tune will start in about 15 minutes here. So I want to try to see if I can try to speed through this section as fast as possible. So that way then we can have this section complete and then start Name That Tune. And then of course continue construction on it during each commercial break of that program. So yeah. That's the update I have for you. So I'm going to go ahead and silence myself again while I let you all continue to observe the progress of this construction. Okay. So let me try to get this back on the Plata camera here. There's a lot of road cams. There's a lot of places are still going insane, sending weeklies at weird times because they can. So, we are now officially in the home stretch of today's show. And during the weakest link, I was thinking maybe we should have extended time tonight so that way we could finish up, well, so we could get to the paving portion of this freeway. So we can have enough time to get to the paving portion of such. And I've decided how I would like to orchestrate the paving section. Just pave the lines and build the bridges. That's the simple goal. And also to accelerate the paving process further, I'm just going to put down the markers for the exits. So this is just the beginning of it. Now that bridge over there is actually the last remaining structure of this interchange that we have to build. So that is the final thing that the final one of the actual final structures that we have to build. And then we will get to paving the rest of this roadway. And then that will be enough to call it quits. Now, I'm going to allow another 30 minutes of our time tonight to accomplish this. Yes, I will allow another 30 minutes of our time tonight to accomplish this task. So basically, we're going to do it the same way like we've done since 283, I guess, or 802. Yeah, 802. We did the same with 802, where we built the entire road and then did the actual like extensive paving, Well, this is the first part of the paving procedure. The first part of the paving procedure. So this is the first part of the paving process. But then as for the main paving process, I will do that. I'm going to do that tomorrow. Tomorrow while we're recording sorry and all of that. So I can put down the lane stripings and all that other good stuff. Now there's also one more thing I need to do too, and that is to build the interchange with Interstate 232. So that's going to be the other thing we're going to take care of tonight before we are done here. So if this takes us to 11 o'clock, but if it does, then that's all right, because I will at least have enough time to, play the catch-up game before midnight. So I will have a lot of time. So if we need to extend this to 11 o'clock just to accomplish this task, then that's what we'll do. We'll do everything we can to make sure that we can get through, so that way we can finish this project as quickly as we can on next week's show. So 289 is what is actually 105. God dang it. 105 is what we will get back to on next week's show. We'll put up the signage for that, and because 285 is 205, sorry, not 285. What the hell? And because 205 is going to be on two separate configurations, that will probably we may need a lot more time for next week if that is what we need. We may have to do 205 over the course of 2 weeks if that is as far as we need to go. But if we can get through 205 in one day, considering this strategy that we have in place, then that would be great. Well, what I mean by one day, just actually building out the roadway and then building all the interchanges, bridges, everything like that. So we'll try to do everything we can because I would love to see this roadway completed. And of course, as part of our 24/7 mission, I know NVG is going to be trying to do Monopoly tonight. Now, I want to try to get this completed. I want to try to get this finished before Monopoly starts. But again, if we need extended time so we can finish this, then that's fine. That's what we'll do. We'll use the extended time and we will. So here's what we're going to do then. We're going to pave. We're going to pave the road. We'll pave a lot of the roads. And then we're going to, let's see. So we're going to pave the roads. And then well, actually, put down the lane lines, the black lines that you see, along with the merge stripings and all that for the other side. When that is finished, we're actually going to go all the way to the end, and we're going to see if we can partially pave the first bridge that takes that interstate over the Kendall River. We're gonna see if we can get that far. We're gonna see if we can get that far this week. But if we could just do the lines at least, then that would be good. Actually, I think we already did the lines for that section because we actually did that earlier. So then I guess then we just go up to the Kendall River Bridge and that's it. So then I'll just do the rest of the paving and put up the sign trusses off stream tomorrow. Yeah, planning on doing that tomorrow outside of the stream because I know. So I mean, I want to try to get this finished as a. I know I'm in no rush, but we're taking our time in completing these projects. So, because I mean, we have been building this road for months, and I mean, I really would like to see this. I would really like to see this masterpiece done. So, I would love to see this roadway complete by the end of the year. So this is sort of a acceleration process. Now, before I mute myself again and let you all continue enjoying this construction endeavor, I forgot to mention one more thing. As part of the Microsoft Windows 10 ESU thing, I went ahead and got that hooked up to a Microsoft account so that way I have not received the ESU thing yet, but I need it. But I need it sooner rather than later because I need that ESU thing so I can get that device enrolled before the final update is released. Because running Windows 10 without updates, oh yeah, it is not going to be fun. So, but it hasn't come out to everybody. I believe Microsoft said it's gradually rolling out, so most users like myself have not gotten it. I just put it on a Microsoft account, and that's where I'm going to need to enroll in the ESU. And when I finally receive it, I will enroll it. I tried to do so today. I checked to see if it had showed up yet, but it hasn't, as far as I've checked. So, all right. So that interchange is complete. Now this is the final stretch here that we will build. Oh wait, we have to do this part still, don't we? We still gotta go down. We gotta still go up and down the line. Well, that's what we're about to do. Well, I didn't have to call the line by myself this time. How about that for a change?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's really uneasy right now because I don't want to go back to jail or county. Discord server or anywhere. No eating to look at me.
Yeah, I saw the whole chat and everything this morning. Like soon after I
I
got up
just
and when I was playing all the catch up process and stuff.
This I can't do it anymore. I actually had to step away from it, like literally, for some. It almost seems like a very stupid reason, but there's a lot of reasons for it.
And I'm not sure if it's because of the drama or probably because of the busy life you have, handling a Discord
Those are
server
both
and
very, very good reasons, Planfold. They're very, very good reasons. There's so much wrong with
yeah,
my
so much
past, and
wrongdoing.
it's not even remotely great for the stream either. So I'm just gonna keep my mouth shut about it because everybody already knows who I am, anyways. A
Yep,
dick.
of
I mean,
course.
not like towards certain people who would rather. I mean, I can be nice, but sometimes I'm not nice. So
Yep.
just
Yeah,
I'm not trying to.
that's why when I try to that's why when my emotions change to sort of angry, I try to mute the I try to keep that off of these streams and of my channel as much as possible. But I don't think I remember of any occurrences where my anger has ended up on one of these streams, but well, if it has, of course, that was because of human error. Well, my error on my part, but of course, I try to make sure that you know we try to stay positive on these kinds of things.
True. So true.
So true. All right. Well, let's do a
Anyways, what were you
let's.
doing? What were you trying to build over there?
Well, that's what I was about to say next, as an update to our Minecraft viewers who are still with us. So we have decided to go with the extended time tonight, and we are going to complete the main initial construction of Interstate 105's extension from Interstate 56 all the way to the new Interstate 32 that we dug up and built months ago. But there's still a lot more
This
work than just that to be done. I mean, we still got to
Man,
do
you're
the
building everything.
hey
You're
yeah
building the whole road network for the county that I don't even exist in anymore, guys. So,
yeah
ugh,
county that he yeah for a whole county that he doesn't even that's not under his ownership. It's under
nope,
another one of his it's under another one of his
nope.
founders now, but of course since we
I
are
just
already
decided to
well
give it to him. I gave it to him, but at the same time, I also wanted to sacrifice me and his friendship. But I won't go into details about that because that's, of course, not related to the stream either.
of course yeah let's try to keep details like not related to what's going on here off our
Yeah,
stream as again much as we can.
right.
But anyway, like I was saying, we are going ahead and opting for the extra time so we can complete this paving stretch, this stretch of paving. Well, we're not going to go and put down the lane stripings because, of course, that's going to take forever. So we're going to
Right.
keep the process. So yeah, we're going to keep the process short and simple by just putting down the lane lines. Those black lines.
Right.
We're just gonna do those, and then I'll do the rest of then I'll do the lane striping and put up the sign trusses off stream tomorrow morning when I'm recording more episodes of Sorry. And speaking of that, I got 8 of them recorded today, and I will get to recording more tomorrow. I still gotta transfer those 8 episodes off that drive. So I'll take care of that after we go. I'll take care of that after we go off the air this evening, along with continuing to correct the first 100 episodes. Mainly, it was something to do with the end, because when the logo fades out, like part of the puzzle board is revealed for a split second, and I don't want it that way. So
That really reminds me of my video game I'm trying to build, but I'm not doing that because, oh my god.
yeah, I mean that takes that kind of stuff takes that kind of stuff takes a long time, trial and error and everything.
I mean, that trial and error just are not my thing for some reason. I don't know what it is with that.
Yep. But other than what's going on here with Minecraft, what else was I about to say? Yeah, I said I was backtracking on the Wheel of Fortune exports because I had something to do with fixing the end credits and mainly the ending logo and everything. So I got through 25 episodes, and I'm going to continue that process later tonight after we go off the air and after I transfer the Sorry episodes over. And what else I was about to say? I was going to say that today is the day that iOS 26 would officially release, and it is now available to the general public for iOS. But of course, macOS Tahoe, the next Apple Watch tvOS, tvOS, and in fact, all of them now have the number 26. So Apple's keeping them all consistent now. And since my 10R is unfortunately not compatible with iOS 26, I've actually known about it for months.
Yeah.
So of course I've made the plan to move over to a new phone, which we are looking to do next weekend. Well, not next weekend, this coming weekend, the weekend of the 20th and the 21st. So what the plan is later in the afternoon, go over to the Verizon store near the Louis Joliet Mall, inside a building where Pier 1 used to occupy before it was demolished and a new building was built in its place. The Verizon store moved from another building and now resides in that with a Starbucks and a Raising Cane's. So I would say actually this would be my first time actually stepping inside that the new Verizon store since they moved. And so from there I'll trade in my old 10R, and I'm actually looking to get the new iPhone 17, which will be available since it will be available the 19th. I'm actually going to get it the day after it is made available for actual purchase. It's still going through its pre-order phase, but then eventually, when that's all said and done, the 19th, that is when it is going to be officially available to the general public. And I am actually looking to be one of the first people to actually get it.
Telegram.
Yeah, one of the first people to actually get it. And that's actually quite a perfect time too, because this new iPhone 17 is actually supposed to be a game changer. It's supposed to have improvements when it comes to taking photos and videos and stuff like that. Comparing it to my current 10R, my model of 10R can only store 64 gigabytes. That includes pictures, games, apps, and even all those software updates that it has gone through over the years.
Yeah.
And that's probably one of the reasons why I would like a new phone. The battery life, yeah, it's kind of degraded. So with the 17 having all-day battery life, or at least I hope it'll have all-day battery life, That means that means I will be putting it on the charger less and less. So if I want to take advantage of that all-day battery life, I could probably just charge it while I'm up, and then while I'm asleep at night, take it off the charger, and then just let the 1 hertz always on display. Yes, the regular 17 is going to get the always on display from what I've checked on Apple's website. And furthermore, I'm looking to get it in the mist blue color, which is the color I wanted. I wanted the blue color with the iPhone XR when I initially wanted that phone. But when I traded in the 6S for the XR, I only got the black color because that's what my mother got. So, but that's alright. I lived with it. I lived with whatever I had. At least I had the XR. I wanted the XR. I got the XR. Although it would have been nicer if I got it in the color I wanted, but it's alright. At least I enjoyed my time with it. Sort of modern design that Apple is now doing on all of their models of phones and tablets. And the best part of all is that the base size of the iPhone 17 is 256 gigabytes, which is the highest size of my iPad Mini 6, which I currently have. The newer version of the Mini with Apple Intelligence has a starting size of 128 gigabytes, I believe, which I'd say is a huge improvement. Because I take videos and pictures a lot with my phone, so now the next real fanning compilation I make, and if I end up doing another real driving video again, who knows? Maybe it'll be another chance with I-55 or maybe 290. Who knows when that'll be? But of course, wherever my adventures in Chicagoland take me, of course I'll have my new phone nice and shiny, and it will be absolutely loaded with storage. ProMotion, Center Stage, the always on display, and that new feature where I can have the phone at portrait view and it'll record in landscape. And with Apple Intelligence, yeah, of course, this is what Apple's going to do with all their latest phones now. So it'll have Apple Intelligence. So this is actually going to be the first AI device that the first AI capable device that I actually am gonna that I actually own. Because I know Microsoft introduced their Copilot Plus PCs. Google has Gemini. So pretty much all these major companies are now stepping into the AI revolution. And I'm still gonna get that pretty cool camera control feature that I tried out with the iPhone 16 when it released last year, mainly at the App Store in Glenview, when my parents and Nana and I were there, looking for a new microwave for her after her 1998, or was it 97? Well, one of those 2 years. That microwave finally bit the dust after quite a long time. That thing had been running quite well for like 3 decades, which was amazing to see. But of course I knew its time would come sooner or later. But yeah, sooner or later I knew its time would arrive. So yeah, I tried the camera control. Yeah, the camera control there. And it was actually quite a nice phone. But of course that was before even considering a new phone. But of course, now here we are in 2025. The iPhone XR could soon have its last update. When I say last ever update, I mean the last iOS 18 security update that will be created before Apple stops making regular security updates for it. Because recently now Apple has been starting to continue making updates for the previous iOS version for, I don't know, maybe like another 6 months or so. I can't remember, but I believe that is the exact time frame that Apple continues doing so for previous iOS version. Yeah, before they stop doing updates for it entirely. And then, of course, just like Windows, although I have not seen to notice it that much, but of course, with iPhone losing software support, I mean, not going to get those necessary security patches. And then just like what will soon be of Windows 10 without the ESU program, the thing is just going to become a bunch of holes of Swiss. It's going to be a whole bunch of holes of Swiss cheese that the original software creator vendor isn't even going to patch, because they don't care about it anymore. They don't want to deal with iOS 18 anymore. They want to move on to focusing on their latest release. Like with Microsoft and the upcoming end of Windows 10, which is just less than a month away now. I can't believe we've already reached the 1 month mark before Microsoft releases the final update for Windows 10. And I still have not gotten the ESU enrollment thing on my XPS. Mainly because I haven't touched it as often, or maybe because I haven't logged into it with a Microsoft account. So that's probably another thing I'll try. See if I can get the ESU enrollment dialogue thing to show up. That way I could get it enrolled in the ESU program in time before Microsoft pulls the plug on updates. Regular updates for Windows 10, and then eventually it'll go security updates only. For another year. I mean, it's quite nice that Microsoft is allowing us as home users to maintain the security of our Windows 10 devices for another year while we make our next move into the AI revolution. Whether we go to Linux or whether we go to Linux, or whether we go ahead and just buy a new PC with Windows 11, or we just go ahead and install 11 on that unsupported PC anyway. I'm gonna wait for a better PC, and when I get that better PC, I'll then retire the Dell. I'll then retire that Dell XPS, or I'll just get rid of it without a replacement. So. I'll think about it. That I'll need to act fast, because I mean, yeah, there's a lot of things going on in the tech world on my end this year. I mean, the end of Windows 10, the end of my iPhone XR. I mean, so many things going on in the tech world. And so crossing 232 means we have now entered the we have now entered the home stretch of the first portion of the paving of this, of course, of this expressway. And as I said earlier, I will do the second part of the paving procedure tomorrow when I do Sorry. But anyway, I did mention something earlier about rail fanning compilation. It is actually we're still looking to do Lockport, but earlier I revealed that because of a because I planned playdate with one of my relatives was pushed back to Sunday the 28th. And of course, the Bears are going to be playing that week. And I was planning on going to Embers for dinner at the end. And of course, Rofan Lockport exactly a year later. I was going to call it like a anniversary reunion or anniversary special, whatever it is. Honored that it's been a year since I made that Rofanning video and I wanted to make another one. But, I mean, because we were thinking that Embers was going to be really packed because of the Bears game. That's going to be taking place that day. That's actually made us rethink about our restaurant decision, like which restaurant we're going to go to have dinner that night. So I'm still looking for a restaurant in downtown Lockport where I can still get where I can actually still make the rail fanning video, which I'm hoping will be the case. Which I'm hoping is the case. But if we cannot do the Lockport video, then, well, that's fine, because Metro doesn't run any Heritage Corridor trains on Sundays anyway. And it's really going to be barren as to what other kind of trains go through. I mean, there's barely going to be any Union Pacifics that go by, and the only really thing I can expect then is just Amtrak, and that's it. So just Amtrak and then nothing more. But if we don't get to do Lockport, then that's fine. Then that's fine. I'm already satisfied with. I'm already very satisfied with the first video. So yeah, I'm hoping we get to do the. Yeah, I'm really hoping we get to go back to Lockport and watch the Heritage Corridor again. But like I just said, if we don't get to do it, then well, because of a change in a restaurant, well, that's okay. That's all right, because the Heritage Corridor is barely ever used by Metra during the week anyway, so yeah, it's barely ever used, so we'll still try to work it out, see if we can actually create it. But if not, then whatever other rail fanning compilation comes next, could be Western Springs, could be, well, wherever the next rail fanning adventure takes me, that would then be the first rail fanning compilation with my new phone. And in fact, any other real driving videos I make in the future, I'll just use my iPhone instead of my iPad, because as I said, it's going to have a lot of space on it, so I can do a whole lot of stuff with it. Heck, now that there's enough space and the processor is more powerful, I could heck probably just take. I could probably airdrop my Minecraft world over to my iPhone, and I can continue working on it. You know, when I'm away from my iPad, and then I can just transfer the changes over to the iPad. You know, when we're done, instead of having to just wait until later to do it. But I don't think that kind of thing would be necessary anyway, because I mean, what we got coming up, what my future could be like. But anyway, since we are nearing the end here, we'll let's go ahead and take a moment to discuss what we got coming up tomorrow. Well, of course, tomorrow we won't really have any live shows because, of course, my evening class tomorrow night. So that would then mean our next live program will be our weekly test Wednesday show, first thing Wednesday morning at 8:15 a.m., where we get to do another exciting edition of WNBS's Name It and Claim It Scrambled Word game, where I get to find really, really wacky words. And in fact, this Wednesday is going to be not only normal, but also quite barren, because last Wednesday was I believe was the season finale of Match Game with Martin Short. I believe it was the season finale, so now that show is done for a good while. I'm not sure if it's going to be a summer seasonal show, or it'll come back at some point during, either the fall or the spring prime time. Either one of those. But we'll have to wait and see what ABC has in store for the fall. I mean, we already know what Fox has in store. We don't know what CBS or NBC have in store yet. But I know NBC is probably going to do a third season of Deal or No Deal Island in the spring. At least from what I remember, because the first season was in February. And they did season 2 in February of the following year. So I suppose that we'll get a new season of Deal or No Deal Island every spring. So now every spring we'll get Deal or No Deal Island from February up until May. Yeah, I'd say May, because that's typically how long the competitions itself are. But of course, Fox also has some great stuff lined up for the fall as well. Celebrity Name That Tune and The Weakest Link have just premiered. The new season of Name That Tune, their 5th season in fact, and The Weakest Link is new to Fox. In fact, this is actually the first time that The Weakest Link has returned to Fox for a while. Yeah, I think the Lembine is, yeah, I could tell how tired the Lembine was, so... Yeah, I think the Lembine's pretty tired, so he's probably done for the night, so it's, so yeah, he's probably done for the night, so... But we're gonna be done soon here anyway. So, but yeah, so Name That Tune and The Weakest Link premiere today, and Fox's other stuff is going to come next week. So meaning that that small town show, Murder in a Small Town, and Doc. I actually did a special advance premiere presentation of Doc last night after all the NFL games. all the scheduled games on that aired on Fox. So I'm not sure what it was for. But that's interesting. And yep, there we go. As expected, Monopoly has started, but we're gonna. But if we have to, but yeah. So now that that's live, I don't think we have too much left here to go. So yeah, I think this is all that we have left. So we're pretty much going to. Again, we're going to try to finish this as quickly as we can. But no, you know what? We're actually not in a rush. We're not in a rush to get this finished, but you know, yeah, we're not in a rush to get this completed. But when we have this all finished, let me see how much charge this thing has. Oh my gosh, this is already at 44%. Dang, how powerful this USB-C charger technology is. Since I have like 3.25 minutes left to talk before the show actually starts. So yeah, tomorrow night will be the season finale of the 1% Club on Fox, a 2-hour season finale. But just like last week, we're gonna wait on it until a day where we have available time so we can actually watch it together. And then put the 1% Club to rest for the year. And then it'll return next summer, and we'll get to do this again. And then Tuesday is actually going to be quite quiet in terms of prime time because there won't actually be anything up my alley. But then Wednesday of next week, after this week, we'll have The Floor and 99 to Beat. The Floor will come on at 7 Central, and at 8 p.m. Central will be 99 to Beat. So both will be, so 99 to Beat will be like, I'm guessing like 100 players, all trying to be in like trying to compete in like challenges, and the last person to complete it gets eliminated. I'm guessing that's how it's going to be done, but we'll see. That's going to be exciting. And then this coming Thursday, I'm assuming will be the season finale of Celebrity Family Feud. And then there's not going to be anything else for Friday. But then the following Friday is when Celebrity Wheel of Fortune will return for a new season. Still one of the last few episodes recorded with Pat Sajak. So now Pat Sajak's episodes are now off of national television from syndication, from ABC and all those other networks. So now it's just Ryan Seacrest on the Saturday reruns. Everything from the previous season. But yeah, well, I'll actually watch that episode of Wheel of Fortune tomorrow too, during my lunch break. Or, since I know ABC San Francisco will air it later tonight, like midnight, I'll probably watch it then. So I'll probably get ready for it if that is the case. But anyway, we are just about done here with the interstate. I think we have like 5 more exits. Let's see. I think we have less than that. Let's see this. So yeah, we actually got 2 more exits to go, and then that will be our show. All right, so there we go. We have finished the bridge, and that is where we will stop for this week. So let me go ahead and change, teleport the. Oh my god, this is slow. Move that back to the house and close the server. And that is going to wrap up our show here for this week. And of course, I will move on with the paving process tomorrow during the tapings of Sorry and everything else. So for right now, that concludes our Minecraft show for this week. I want to thank you all so much for joining us here. And we will be back again Wednesday morning for our weekly test show. We hope you'll join us then. But right now, we'll return our Playfield TV viewers to normal programming as NVG is already getting started with Monopoly. So, with that said, from all of us here at Playfield TV and Highland Now, we bid you all good night.